Received a marketing plan from a freelancer on Fiverr. It's great. And the way I'll present it will really take it to the next level. Check it out. Skills.
We're developing that with a freelancer and it's excellent. It's probably my feedback that made it so good. And you know who came up with the idea to use Fiverr? Liam. And who hired Liam? Me. Just...
But oh yeah, hey, the celebration things. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out with some fellow traders. I'll drive up to New York. I mean, I could fly if I really wanted to, but I'll drive so I can get in and out. And I like the road. I don't mind road travel. And I'll hang out with the boys. Hopefully, do a little campfire, a little meditation. You know. I mean, it will be 4th of July. I will not be utilizing any explosives. But nothing more than sparklers for me. That's how I was brought up. I don't like explosives. Personally. I don't mind watching other people blow things up, but I don't like lighting or holding or engaging with fireworks personally. My mom just kind of drilled that in my head. TradeX! What's up, buddy? How's it going? Nice to see you, my friend. We're just hanging out, kind of, staring at this shite price action. Nothing too fun. We are at a previous day's low. We do expect us to go to, potentially the 244 price on NQ. Definitely think it's in the cards. The green line's where I would expect us to go as low as. This feels like a seek and destroy, thin kind of consolidated, more range, more so than like an expansion, much lower. But even looking at or analyzing data, we definitely see a 15-26 potentially in the cards. That would put us, when we do look at 3 days highs and lows, that would put us at equilibrium from our highs and our lows, which we would think would be a high probability. Crazy the amount of dads getting straight back on it today. No rest. Yeah. That's true. I mean, I've made it very clear not to press a button and made it very clear that we were just discussing trade ideas. I'm not interested in risking capital or even trying to make money today. I do like reading price action, and I do enjoy seeing how price prints. As you know, I mean, the daily candle today will be Squirrely. Yeah. Squirrely accidentally blew his account. Full on dad mode. Yeah, dads are waking up early before I guess maybe it's not that early. Didn't take the short off the NWOG. I did not. I mean, I typically start trading at around 4:30. So the NWOG was earlier than that. And I didn't really see the charts until around 4:30. When we were down here, I was hoping to see us retrace back into some of the fair value up here. That was kind of more my trade idea. And then we've retraced once and then twice into a break-even position. So we just took the idea off the table and let it print. We do have targets lower. We have these liquidity levels. I mean, retracing the back and forth between midnight and a previous day's low or Friday's low, is, as we know, is common. So, for me, it's just nothing really that fun or exciting or anything I would really even want to trade. So, I'm not even exactly sure 100% what time the market's closed today. Is it 8:30?
God, I cannot do. I just cannot do. Lo-fi hip hop. Jeez Louise. What is going on? Morning, Yazzie. Good morning. Are you a dad? Are you a dad, Yaz? Are you a dad? Happy Father's Day for yesterday, if you are. So I'm currently... Oh, good man. Good man. Girls or boys, Yaz? So I'm currently long crude off the volume imbalance on the hourly. Just inside this weekly volume balance, just off this. And I'm looking for this volume imbalance. So I'm looking for price to get up to 25. That's my trade today. I'm not really looking at ES at the moment. I went short earlier. I went short of the NUMWOG, of the old MWOG. But I'm long crude, looking for 72.10 as low-hanging fruit. I'm off this volume imbalance here. Which would take us into this breaker. You see how we fell short of this breaker? I like us getting up into that breaker. So if we can get up into this breaker, high, lower, low, higher, high, broken through, this down closed candle is our breaker. Then we have it's supported by this bearish order block. So price fell short the other day. It ran into this tiny little volume balance we had here at 79%, sorry, but I'm looking for it to extend higher just to punch into this breaker block. It's currently what I'm looking for. It could fall short, but I've trailed my stops. My stop's just below this low now. So whatever comes first. but I'm looking for it to drive higher. I'm expecting I'd like the candle to close green. Or get up there and close red. Either or. I want it to get up there. I want it to get up there. So that's what that's my trade at the moment on the old crudy. The old crudy crude. ES just being a little biatch, just hovering around this little 15-minute volume imbalance. It's kind of halfway up where I anticipate price to be today. It's already hit the high. So I went short of this NWOG, took it down, took the sell side. So, you know, not a huge trade, but like 6 handles I ended up taking on that. Half expecting it to run down to this breaker today, which would fill in this Sibby. Bissy, sorry, on the daily, but I'm kind of open. Jury's out on it. I'm not looking for a huge range. It's a half day today, so you know, low-hanging fruit would be to fill this Bissy that we have here, right? And this takes us back into an old order block level. So yeah, you know, this would be an area of interest for me. Also, if price gets down to that level, that'd be the trade done for me today. So, you know, if it's whatever comes first. However, if price wants to come back up to that NWOG before running lower, because, you know, it's not a lot of range before the end of the day, so it might want to just throw price higher again just to fuck people over. So if price gets back up to this NWOG, I'll look at shorting again off this NWOG. Very tight stops, you know, stop the other side. So it's like a one handle stop. And obviously let's take price down to the Asia lows. So at the moment, just neutral on ES.
Are you UK based and
Yeah.
struggling with debts
No.
over £7,000? Are you worried that you...
The old 15-minute volume. Let's have a look at the old see where Dixie's hanging about. Dixie's on a nice little off that 4th of April price. Very, very nice. Not expecting much out of Dixie for obvious reasons. But we have some liquidity pulling up down here, so price may want to come down and sweep that, which would buy into price moving higher back up to that MWOG.
We're still short, so we would expect to retrace. If you're asking about EU today, let me go to the data.
He's gone big on the old DR. There's our kit. He's gone big on the old DR. So it's still classic 15-minute volume imbalance at a pivot low. We've obviously got volume balances left open up here, so 53 would be the next target for me. Ideally, I'd be looking for price to come back in, take this buy side that we have pulled up here on the 15. The old bellwether chart. Then we have a little piece of interesting keep an eye on 56 and how price respects this level if it gets up there, but the new weekly opening gap is a level I'll be looking for it to come and retest again. Like if price is consolidating, it often retests the new weekly opening gap. It just it just hovers around it, right? So I don't think we're going to go too far away from it. During consolidation, new weekly opening gaps are like magnets. Prices oscillates either side of them, so I wouldn't be half surprised if price makes a dart for it again off that volume imbalance on the 15. So I was just looking for one more little trade, and that'll be me done for this session. Not looking for anything crazy with it being a half day. I'm gonna go get some shopping done. I've got some stuff to do today. Afternoon, Marius. How you doing, brother? Happy Father's Day for yesterday, broski. Hope you had a nice time with the old family. So I did go short earlier. I went short off the new week opening gap. Took it down to the sell side. And I was keeping a close eye on SMT at the moment, looking for some divergencies to see if price wants to rally to the back up to that new week opening gap. You can see that YM is currently very, very strong. And we've had NQ sweep the lows. So I'm interested to see how ES responds here and if it wants to keep pushing higher. So ES and YM are showing relative strength versus NQ, but NQ does love a turtle soup, right? NQ does love to sweep. So I'm currently looking to see if price wants to pull itself back up to that new weekly opening gap, which is up at 58. I'll take this buy side that we have here on the 15. Boosh. It's nice how that 15-minute volume bounce sat right on the midnight open price. Lovely stuff. Lovely, 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 lovely jabbly. Have we got any red pillars in here? There's something interesting here. Have we got any red pills here? Has anyone rose from their bed yet? Not sure if Yazzy's still here. I'm not sure if Yazzy's still here. But for those who are on red pill, remember what I was saying last week about breakaway gaps being revisited once the buy side has been taken and price has fulfilled its objective on the buy side, right? So we ran into that monthly order block, which is where we went short. And remember what I was talking about as a price target? I was talking about this breakaway gap, right? So if we jump back onto the 1 min, remember when we traded this? I know I certainly traded. I'm not sure if many people took it, but I took it, right? So this 2022 if variation, right? This breakaway gap. So price will often want to come and revisit those once price has taken the sell side. So I leave these on my chart. And what I do is once I have them, I keep them buried like this, right? And then when we're over here, and then price has filled its objective, I then look back through this price tag. I'm like, okay, here it was, right? Here was that old cheeky little breakaway gap, right? And where has price found a level of support? Back at that breakaway gap, right? So, definitely reference that. Make notes of that for moving forward. Price will often revisit these levels, these breakaway gaps, once price has fulfilled its objective. Lo-fi jazz is something. Yeah, lo-fi jazz is something different, right? Something different. Wow. Oh, what I'm listening to, but I'm working with it. So yeah, showing signs that it wants to move. Wouldn't trust it entirely, but if you're in off that volume imbalance, then it's a very, 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 very tight stop. Very, very, very tight stop. Very tight stop. And then that would leave, if price does want to come run and take this buy side, but it leaves the Asia lows open for the New York session, right? Can anyone tell me what time the session finishes today? Does anyone know off the top of their head? Is it 1:15 or something stupid? Anyone know? It's usually London close. Anyone know? Yeah, boy. Can't skip the ads though. It's one thing you can't get rid of.
much longer.
Feel like it's going to be a good week this week. Feel like it's going to be a good, juicy week this week. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Did it. Need 2 seconds. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Morning, Sergio. How you doing, brother? How are you doing? I took a nice long on crude this morning, bro. I'm still in it. I'm in off this volume balance. I'm personally, you might look differently, but I'm looking for this breaker block. So 20, 25, 26 level. The breaker block on the H1, and this bearish order block on the H1. So that's currently what I'm targeting on with crude, the old crude. For those of you. If you're not in Red Pill, Sergio is one of our elite traders who specializes in crude. The oil merchant. The city slicker. The city slicker is Sergio. Wakes up every morning and just scoops crude oil into his hand and then just slicks back his hair. That's Sergio Santos. He's just got that much crude knocking about. He's got that much crude knocking about here, Sergio. He uses it for hair gel. Alright, just dips it into his barrels that he's just got in his house. That's Sergio. Alright. If you get Sergio on a good day, right, he'll even spread that shit on toast. Right, he'll even spread it on toast, like Marmite, right, like Bovril, right? Bit of butter, dip in his little crude tin, bit of oil, lovely stuff. Cooks his sausages in it. The guy is a crude oil fiend. Animal. But yes, I do like crude higher. I like it's coming into this this volume balance that we have here up on the daily. Yeah, not looking for loads today, with it being a half day and all that fun stuff. And with the old ES, I'd be interested again if price can get back up to the old NWOG. I shorted it earlier, shorted the NWOG down to this pool of liquidity just below here, took that short. And then my low hanging, or not my low hanging fruit, but my low target is this breaker block. So, which will take us down near equilibrium. But with it being a half day, I'm not looking for huge range today. Honestly, just 5 handles. So a fill of this BISI would be a target for me on ES. Honestly, not interested in taking big ranges today. 72.12 is OT on the daily. It is indeed. I did notice that. I did notice that. I'm just seeing price wanting to reach up into this order block. So crude doing its typical fun jazz. I have trailed my stop on crude though. My stop is below this low. Let's have a look at crude. Short term, I can see crude wanting to get back into this leg, right? When I say short term, I mean the next, week or so, before price wanting to expand higher to come and take this volume imbalance on the weekly. Trading with lo-fi music is a new vibe, I have to admit. So we know how we like our little 15-minute volume imbalances. That is where price has found its current support. 15-minute volume balances at pivot lows, pivot highs are classic support and resistance. How many more times? And just to recap for those red pillars who are familiar with the breakaway gap, well, what I was saying last week, if you recall, is to reference breakaway gaps, right, and keep them on your chart, because price, once it fulfills its higher time frame objective, will often come back more times than not and search for these breakaway gaps, right? And I was mentioning that last week. It was actually a price target that I was looking for on Friday, albeit price didn't quite make it. So what has price reached? Ping. And where's it finding support? At that breakaway gap. So just make a note of that. What I do is whenever I trade them, I just keep them tucked away like this. And then whenever price is moving down, I bring them across my chart. Ran into the low of that order block very, very nicely. The open. Just sat patient on ES. I'd be very surprised if price didn't go and revisit this new weekly opening gap, right? In consolidation, we often get price that will just hug this new weekly opening gap, right? So I'm not anticipating it to go far away. You know, it could run down and feel this inefficiency. We also do have a little volume imbalance here. So I can see it running lower, but I don't anticipate a huge sell-off. I'd also anticipate and looking for this to stay open. At top of the head, does anyone know what time the market closes today? Off the top of the head, without me having to go and search for it, does anyone know off the top of the head? I think Spoos put it in the chat last week. Well, forgot it.
Would you like to know?
No.
ChatGPT found me at £94,020.
Actually, maybe. I'm sure someone's going to be able to program ChatGPT to be able to just consume enough ICT information that it can trade. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's already got that enough information. That ICT index, just get that motherfucker to trade for you. Got a lot of buy side. So. So we can have a quick look at standard deviation extensions for price on the downside if price wants to get heavy. So we can take this standard deviation extension off this retracement leg and measure that out, and we can see how price beautifully respected that one-time standard deviation back down at the breakaway gap. So I've got 1.5 standard deviations marked out and 2 times standard deviations. The 1.5 times standard deviation takes us down to a bullish order block. I think it was on the 15 from memory. also have a breaker block just above it. And then 2 times standard deviation takes us down into this BISI. It's mid-range for me at the moment. Obviously in between, you know, what I'd be looking at for today's range. So I you know, if it can get back up here and tag this new week opening gap again, I'll be looking at it there. But the entry short was obviously off the new week opening gap. So any news today? So I'm currently long crude off this volume balance that we have here. We have an hourly volume balance, so we have a weekly volume balance. So I went long off this. I'm targeting 25, which is the low of this breaker block on the H1. All right, that's currently what I'm looking for on crude. Oh, Jesus. So typically price is lethargic today. It's going to be like that. Half day, bank holiday. So don't try and force trades, especially in this type of market conditions. Almost don't even trade. If you don't have to trade, don't trade. Just simply watch price action today. Go on, crude. Go on. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. Belly nice, belly nice. Go on, leave Asia lows intact for later. Go on, I dare you. I dare you. I dare you.
Did you know that there are 3 common mistakes that aspiring property investors make at the beginning of their journey? And that's
Little Phil. This busy. See if he wants to run 58 now. Go on. Leave him intact for later. I double dare you. Ice Cube. Ice Cube. Dope name. Yeah, when it's money on the floor, Ice Cube, I'll trade it. But I'm not looking for huge range. It's just literally like 5 handles, and you know that's it. So I'm actually trading crude, not ES at the moment. So just staying super patient, very, very tight stops, letting it run, not capturing huge ranges. Because yeah, I've got nothing else to do this morning. So if there's an opportunity to trade this morning, I'll take it. But you know, I'm definitely not forcing anything. But where I'm currently long is off this volume balance, this weekly volume balance. The reason why I took it is because you know we had this range which was still left to be you know fully rebalanced, and if we just look at this wider leg, price is looking to expand, right? And so I'm looking at this breaker block for price to run into, and this order block with it. You can see how this day fell short, this day fell short. I'm expecting now for us to run up into this order block out of this weekly volume balance, right? So if we just jump onto the weekly, right? So you know we've spent a lot of time down here. This was the old order block, and so I'm looking for price to expand, right? Out of this little this daily volume imbalance up into this daily volume imbalance, right? So we are inside of this volume balance. We had an hourly volume balance, which was here. So I took my trade off that one, stop on the other side of it, and now trailing my stop. My stop is just below this pivot low. I'm targeting 26, which is into this H1 order block and this breaker block. Very nice, very nice. So yeah, it's gonna be a short day for me. I'm gonna go for a swim later, and then I've got a few little bits and bobs to do, and that'll be my day done. 20 more ticks. 20 more ticks. I'll move it down to 72.20. I'll get out at 72.20. I'll leave 5. I'll leave 5 on the table. Right on the low of this order block. Pardon me. Has anyone got a good lo-fi hip hop playlist that's royalty free? I could bang on.
Did you know that as a resident of England or Wales, you are entitled to UK legislated support that can legally write off?
Apparently this is lo-fi hip hop radio. Yeah, right. That's probably the best it's going to get. Nice sell-off from the new week opening gap. Sold that a bit early.
When it comes to video creation, every detail matters. I go to artlist.io for music.
Oh, hello. Alright. I'll be back. Just gonna make myself a quick coffee. A quick coffee.
a freelancer on Fiverr. It's great. And the way I'll present it will really take it to the next level. Check it out. Skills.
We're developing that with a freelancer and it's excellent. Probably my feedback that made it so good. And do you know who came up with the idea to use Fiverr? Liam. And who hired Liam? Me. Just to be clear.
A bish bash bosh. There you go, that's my crude done. Hey, you copied me, Sergio. Ay, ay, ay. See if we can get a New York AM session reversal. See if our crude wants to melt here. See if we can get back into this volume mode. Oh, jeez Louise. Exactly the same trade, Sergio. That's as good as copying as you get. Exactly the same trade. Yet. Oosh. Oosh.
What are you doing? Just mowing the lawn.
Beautiful reject on the new week opening gap. The price is in no man's land for me at the moment. Just neutral on the yes. Wow. Lo-fi. Sheesh. All right, Sergio, you try and find a good lo-fi hip-hop playlist. Not easy. You got to force yourself to like it. Yeah. Yeah. Message retraced. Fucking else. On ES, I'm looking to see how price respects 44.25 if it gets down there, which is a fill of this Bissy. Jesus Christ. It's just above equilibrium, which I don't love. But I'll see how price respects that level. We've got a MITI and a breaker combined, so I'll be looking at that level. $42.25. Basically equilibrium, bang on equilibrium. High of this breaker. High up the body on the mitt. At equilibrium. Lower quad. So crude target fulfilled. 25 I was talking about previously. Lower this breaker, this order block. Let's see if it wants to reverse now with a New York AM session reversal back into this volume imbalance. No, don't dig it. What else you got, boy? What else you got? Got like one warning left with YouTube. If I violate that, I'm in trouble. So I can't be playing my hip hop anymore. Fuming. Liquid drum and bass. Oosh. Better be royalty free. I'm getting hoodwinked. I'm anticipating price to revisit that new week opening gap. With it being consolidation and a half day, I'm anticipating this to be revisited, right? You know, typical consolidated price action, just hover around this new week opening gap. Nothing sexy on ES, if I'm honest. Classic support and resistance, 15-minute volume imbalance. Looks like we're going to gap down. So that will be...
Going out tonight with the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Late night selfies will look as good as your dance moves thanks to epic nightography. And find places to keep the party going with Google Maps on the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
Morning, AP. Money. Give me money. So we took a beastie trade this morning. Out of this daily volume imbalance and the H1 volume imbalance, targeting the order block on the hourly, looking for price to come take this buy side and run slightly higher. Looking at the daily candle to push up into this volume balance that we have here on the daily, right? Moving up into the medium threshold of this daily order block. So lots of confidence as far as price is going to run high. So we traded that this morning. Now looking to see if we've got an AM session reversal on crude, see if it wants to run back into this level. So currently, that's currently where my thoughts are with crude. ES been a nice short off the new weekly open gap down to this this sell side. Could have held it, didn't. Currently looking at 42 and 37 as areas on the lower side for price to run to if it wants to get down there. But equally, I'm half anticipating price to get drawn back up to this new weekly opening gap area. We do have a MITI here, which has been respected, right? So high, low, lower, high. And then during ETH, we've respected it as a MIT, right? So I'll be looking at 55 if price can get back up there for it to run lower, which would take it into 62% of this range back into that mitigation block with these highs remaining intact. I'm not sure if I'll play. I'll probably just watch it. I'm just playing out a theory in my mind. If it gets back up there, for them to come and target these lows. Feel this busy, get down to C of this range. But as we know, in consolidated periods, price will often gravitate back and forth around this new weekly opening gap, right? When price is consolidating. So I'm not expecting price to run off today, especially with it being a half day. It's just timing. If it goes down, it's timing a bounce. And going short, it's just timing where to get in short. In this tight range. Where we are right now is no man's land. Certainly not interesting for me where it is right now. Good morning, X. Last night, passed 3 of 5 Apex 50Ks. Many thanks for your 2 Susie starting. What? Jeffrey Sibbert. Awesome, bro. Nice. Awesome. Great stuff. Well done. Ed Cullinay. Thank you for all your good content. You're more than welcome, Ed. You're more than welcome. Glad you're finding it useful. It'd be terrible if you didn't find it useful, wouldn't it? If you're like, oh, God, this guy's a waste of time. That'd be awful, wouldn't it? That'd be an awful experience. So, yeah, glad that you've found value in the content. That's all I'm here for. I definitely don't need to be here, but I am here to help as many people as I can. That's the aim, right? Giving back. So, if you find value, awesome. It's music to my ears. So, thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. Being here, I have to listen to this garbage as well, right? This garbage music, right? This is dedication and passion, right? If I was just chilling on my own, I'd have my own music playing, not lo-fi drum and bass. It's actually not the worst I've heard, to be fair. It's not too bad. You know you wanna melt. You know you wanna melt. So today's quite a cool day. We launched inside Red Pill. We've launched our merchandise today. Merch was dropped today, which is quite cool. Isn't it? So, pretty excited by that. It's pretty cool. Give you guys a little teaser. What we got? Please go. My screen's it squeezes on YouTube. Make it. How fucking thin that guy is. On YouTube, it makes him look like he's fucking anorexic. But we got. That's the white. We got the black. Going. Black's pretty dope. It's like a Formula One racing team. Got the old Verdi, the old greenage. It's pretty cool. So that's we got some dope hats on the go. I like the hats. That's cool. Feeling the hats. Gonna get myself a hat. And it's pretty dope. Little tank top for the gym. Custom design print. Red pill on the back, red pill on the front. Represent. So if you get any of those courtside tickets, you know what to wear. And got the black. Got the old hoodie on the go. Got a little detail on the sleeve, little Red Pill trading on the sleeve. I like that. It's pretty fresh. Probably get the white one for me personally. I like it. And then we got the girls. Some crop top hoodies. Same little details on the old sleevage. And then some white tees for the girls. And a mauve. I've got a mauve. Mauve. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Boom. Past 3 or 5 50k apexes. I mean, that's just freaking awesome. It's what it's all about. Got to turn that into money now, Jeff. Got to turn that into money. You know you wanna melt.
I'm here today at one of my graduates' property deals. It's actually her 50th property.
Lies. Honestly, there's absolutely nothing really for ES for me at the moment. I'm anticipating it to drive higher, but I don't want to trade it higher. I just don't want to trade it. I don't want to trade it. It's just not sexy enough, you know. It's just not sexy enough. Like 5 handles, it's like. Melt, baby! Oh, filthy. What was that fucking news? Anyone tell me we have news on crude? I'm missing shit. Ah, god damn it. I'll take it. Not complaining. Not complaining. Just doing a sweet lot of nada. Yeah, so we stop at 12 today. 12 at noon. A bish bash bosh. A bish bash bosh. So I'm looking for crude on a New York AM session reversal, looking for it to get back down into this daily volume imbalance, get us back into C of this range, medium threshold of this, well, yeah, I'm looking for price to get back to equilibrium of this range, back into this daily volume imbalance. After pinging this daily volume imbalance, also running into the breaker and hourly H1 or bearish order block. So that's currently my thesis on crude, having traded it long out of this up to that breaker. Now I'm looking to trade the reverse. ES completely neutral on it. It's a no man's land for me. I'm interested in down in this area, and I'm also interested in up in this area. Where it is right now, I have absolutely no interest whatsoever. Oh yeah. ES is holding strength at the moment, but the other two are weak, which isn't a great sign. But nothing for me at the moment on ES. 2 seconds, guys, to nip the toilet. CT. CT, Sergio, so that's 1 p.m. EST. bum, bum. Willie Abosh. What you want? NQ. Let's have a look. Yeah. I don't hate it. I was looking at this MIT as an entry earlier. Maybe. Yeah, I don't hate it. AP. It's a nice entry, bro. Be mindful that you got this volume imbalance on a daily that I anticipate will be where we may end up today. Could be wrong, but I like us getting back up into this range for it to dump again. Just be mindful when ES gets to this sort of 55 area. So I'm getting a beautiful sell-off here on crude as anticipated, right? So as mentioned, price ran up into this breaker, this H1 order block. Combine that with time and price, New York AM. Combine that with one of my entry techniques, New York AM session reversal. What makes this a valid New York AM session reversal? We've got Asia lows intact. London ran up into this OT range. Didn't quite fulfill the higher time frame PD array. We hit the higher time frame PD array during the New York AM session. This validates the New York AM session reversal. What do you target? You target 50% of the range. Or you can look for the nearest breaker. Where's the nearest breaker? That's gone back to, I think that's the, is that, could be the weekly open price that. Is that the weekly or? Yeah, weekly open price. So, yeah. Where's the nearest breaker? In fact, we just hit it. Motherfucker. I didn't see that. That's to be fair, that's sloppy of me. I should have seen that. I only took one contract, so I just took it off there, off that breaker. So that's how I usually manage a trade, right? And it's silly of me. It was silly of me. I didn't spot this breaker initially. But I would, you know, if I'm playing one contract, I'll take it out here. If I play two contracts, I'll let the other one run, right? So I'd anticipate a pullback for it to eventually get down into this range. That'd be my second contract. If I've got three contracts, then I'd anticipate price to go again and then run the Asia low. So if I had three contracts, I'll be targeting the Asia low. I don't. I only have one contract. So that's where I took it off. Even though I'm anticipating price to draw down there, always pay the fucking trader, right? Always pay the goddamn trader. So that's my trade for this morning on crude on my other account. So in at 72.14, basically down to that breaker block, sloppy exit. I didn't spot it. I usually like to let my brain rest, Yaz. When I take a trade, I don't like to get immediately back in. Although I've done it today, I don't like doing it. So I've now been in crude since 4 o'clock this morning, and I like to just give myself a break. Like, you know, this was the trade for me, you know, driving price down here. Could you trade the bounce? You know, if you're really, really yes, but it's obviously no longer an A+ setup, but you could, in theory. You know, if price wants to get back up into, you know, sort of this breaker, you could look at a price, you could look for price and to go short in that. You know, if you get back up into this at the open, look for a short off that. But obviously it's not as sexy as it once was, you know. But you have a little fair value gap here, which is inside this breaker. You know, so if price gets up into this, you could have a really tight stop and, you know, try your hand at it for price to run down to this volume imbalance, but I don't tend to like getting straight back into trades. That's a nice, nice little 7-handle trade. Not complaining on a half day. And look, add that to the bag. Did anyone else get in that? I was pretty clear in terms of what I was looking for. Did anyone else get in? How's your trade getting on AP? You've had a bit of pressure. There's just not a lot of range in it today for me, so it's just gonna do this shit, you know. It's clean. It's a day when it's easier to trade something that actually moves like crude, you know, versus getting stuck on something like ES, which is just it's got no range in it, so it's just going to chop. You know, I'm only interested in playing ES at the extremes, right? I talk about this a lot, right? If I'm in search and destroy, I only play extremes, right? So I only play the very highs or I play the very lows, and if they're wrong, I move to the sidelines. But I don't play in the middle, right? I don't like being engineered liquidity, right? So I have no interest in trading around this level. If price can get up here, sure. If price can get down here, sure. But where it is right now, no interest whatsoever. Whether that be NQ, whether that be ES, whatever it is, I just don't like entering at that level. You know, so I had this mid block level. I could quite easily have traded this, but I just don't like. It's just a rule of mine. I just don't trade in the middle. So I kept my cards close to my chest on that. Didn't trade it. But this is classic New York AM session reversal. If you don't know what the New York AM session reversal is, then get yourself a copy of my Entry Techniques Volume 1, which has all of. Well, which doesn't have all of them because I'm currently working on Volume 2, but it has the majority or a lot of my entry techniques, and that is one of them. So the New York AM session reversal, and this is literally fucking textbook. So that's probably going to be it for me today, unless something jumps off at the screen for me to trade. I've traded enough today already. I've traded 3 times. So, so for those who may not be, I'm not going to give you all the juice. But New York AM session reversal, right? Asia range, high, low. New York pegs up. Rebalances a range but doesn't fill it, so it goes back to OT of this range, extends higher into the Asian New York kill zone, into a high time frame PD array, sells off, take partial at a breaker, and if you want to be really ballsy, you can look for the Asia lows, right? So that's my New York AM session reversal. Oh shit! Why is that frozen? Fuck off! Why can't I move it? The fuck? So get that out. So do you see anything different in this that I've just shown you? No. Look, you have the Asia range, high, low. Right, you've got price expanding in London, rebalancing the previous displacement leg. Right, retraces, moves higher into the New York AM session. New York AM session runs into the high time frame PDRA, which was the breaker block, stroke order block. Target the nearest breaker block as your low hanging fruit, and if you're ballsy, you can go for the lows. But with it being a half day, it's not really something that I'm not looking for range. What's everyone going on about this volume one? Are you pulling my leg, Derek? Are you pulling my leg? The volume roll is not isn't me, Derek. I think someone's pulling your leg. Unless someone's interpreting me or mimicking me, or trying to be fraudulent, then I need to get to the bottom of that. But I'm not representing the volume rule at all. It's not part of my. It's not how I trade. Oh right. Sorry, Derek. We're having different conversations here. So, Derek, are you in Red Pill? That will help me a lot. Are you in Red Pill? I don't know. I'm assuming you are, or are you not? Sorry. Derek, are you in Red Pill? You inside Red Pill? No, okay, sorry. So basically, inside of Red Pill, there was a joke going around about this volume rule and needing more software for this volume rule. So I thought you were talking about that. So my apologies. But volume one, you can find it on my Twitter page, bro. Let me share a link. So I keep a lot of stuff inside of just solely for Red Pill members, but there's some stuff which I've released. So if you click that, Derek, you should be taken to some stuff, to the link. Oh. Let me know if you can access that. Okay, Derek. Cool, good stuff. Boosh. So that's exactly why I got out of my position, right? It was sloppy on me. I didn't. I was doing some other stuff. I didn't dial in on where the breaker block was, so that's my fault. But you know, I only missed out by like $40 or something. But this is the exact reason why we do that. All right, why we pay ourselves? Pay the fucking trader. Oh, that's me gonna get in trouble with YouTube. I can't help myself. I can't help myself. No.
I used to work 9 to 5, but what made me a millionaire was working a few minutes every day.
So obviously, if I was going to get back in, this is the area I'd be looking back to get back in, right? Looking to target the volume balance again. So this is my trade. If I have more than one contract, I'll obviously be holding, right? So the first partial was at that breaker, right? I'd then be holding, stop above 72.17, looking for Bryce to go and run 71.42, right? That's how I'd be managing the trade. And if it ran me out, it ran me out. If it takes out my runner, it takes out my runner. But with only one contract, obviously I took my terminus at the breaker block, right? Oh, right. Oh, yes, on a melt. Lovely stuff. I don't love a long on ES, but if I am going to play something, it'll be around 42.25. Need quite a wide stop though, so I probably won't play ES if I do take it. volume imbalance here on the hourly, which is at 39.75. But yeah, with it being a half day, I'm not anticipating a huge sell-off. Reason being, like, most of the bankers are not in America, so why are they going to let the market tank without them involved? Can't see that happening. $442.25. It's quite a wide stop though. I'm not even 100% sure if I'm going to take it. I'm going to see how price respects that level. It's like the upper end of the level which I'll be looking at. It takes us to basically CE of the range. Equilibrium. Also takes us to the lower quad on the daily, and it takes us down into a breaker. We have a mitt here, but just below it's a breaker. So, okay, look to see how price respects that level. So markets close at 1 o'clock today, guys. So that's 1 o'clock EST, noon CT Central Time. So depending where you are in the world, but you want to be making sure 1 o'clock EST, you're aware of that. So if you have your chart set to EST, you should be good. 1 o'clock. So that's a close, a complete fill of this BISI, which is what I was talking about earlier. If you were on earlier, you would have been aware of this. So a complete fill on this BISI. So we're in the level, but for me, this is like, although you could go long here, I have a very simple rule. It's that I won't long unless we're in a premium, especially on a day like today, unless we're in a discount, sorry. So, because price is likely just to whip up and down until it gets there. So this is bounced off that BISI fill, but it's above equilibrium. So it's still inside of a premium. So I don't want to long it, even though theoretically it could go from here. If it goes without me. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? But, you know, for me, I'd be looking for price to at least get to equilibrium before I start looking for a long. right? But this is a close of this BISI, which is in the area of where I'd be looking for price to go long. It's just not where I want to take any trade, right? Yeah, Yaz, I often skip out the second digit because it's just common sense. It's like 4425, so I always go 4225. I go 4225, which is like the split, the last digit, and then the 0.25, 0.50, 0.75. So it's like that. So it's 4275, 4250, 4225. Got a little volume imbalance here. Price can wick into that and fill that for me. As soon as it hits 4225, I'm not jumping on that, by the way. I'm watching price. Okay, I'm looking in this area to see how price respects that level. All right, I'm not just buying as soon as it hits that level. I want to see how price respects that level. The 915 on the M5 in if. No, that's not an if, yes. Like for a start, if it was going this direction, it would be an you're wanting it to support bullish order flow, right? So what you'd want to be, you'd want to be in a discount before you started looking at that as an if. I know what you're doing in terms of filling this this BISI. This candle here is respecting this order block, but for me, you're still inside of a premium, so it's low risk. Technically speaking, is this an interim term low? Yes, it is an interim term low, but is this an interim term low that you would trade? No. I.e., would you, if it was an interim term low, you'd be expecting, this to be respected, right? If price came back, you'd expect, this low to remain intact for price to move higher, right? But you've got to take into account where we are. Like, we're inside of a premium, price is looking to drive down into, into a discount. So you wouldn't be looking to trade this as an interim term low to drive price higher. Especially when you've had, the new weekly opening gap that's being tagged. We've got this mitigation block that's being respected. Like you wouldn't be looking at this as an area to go long, right? You're looking at, you know, price to show continuations of a short, and if you're going to trade a long, you want to be down in a discount, right? You know, so I've been more inclined to, you know, look at the 1 min and, you know, be looking at this as an if, right? This is an interim term high, right? Right, new week opening gap, return into an OTE. This is the balanced price range, consequential encroachment respected, right? You're looking for a bullish order flow to, you know, to show that price is still bearish. Price comes up and fills this SIBI. This becomes your interim term high. This is something you would reference and use, right? Because you're going in line with the overall direction, the overall bias, right? So not every interim term high and every interim term low is the correct interim term interim term high or low to use, right? You have to know where the directional draw is. Where's the draw on liquidity? And then you can start applying interim term highs, interim term lows, right? But you want to be making sure that you're in with the order flow. You're going in the direction of the order flow, and you're looking at interim term highs to show that order flow is supporting the directional bias. In this instance, it's bearish, so you're looking for interim term highs to support bearish order flow. Make sense? Right, she got the wick into that volume balance, which I said I was okay with. Well, the M5 Yazzie on 9.15. Oh, 6.15. Sorry, Yaz. I was looking at this candle. My bad. My bad, brother. I was looking at 6.15, not 9.15. It's not one I would trade, Yaz, only because of where I'm anticipating price to get drawn back up to the new weekly opening gap, with it being a half day and with it being sort of search and destroy type conditions. But I hear what you're saying. In theory, yes it is. Alright. This candle here has left this order block, right? So you're looking for price to show on the lower time frame that it is wanting to move lower, right? Order flow that is bearish, and so you're right. This has come up and filled this SIBI on the 5 minutes. This is an interim term high. However, with it being search and destroy, these are the types of conditions where you can expect price to come and run through it back up into this new weekly opening gap. It could hold, Yaz. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. You know, it could hold. Price could get just below it and short, right? But it's not high risk. It's not low probability for me. So I wouldn't be taking it. Just because of the overall conditions that we're operating in, right? Half day, search and destroy. Oh yeah. Pardon me. Let's get a drink quickly. Yes, just to throw some additional context, onto that as to why I personally wouldn't use it. And when I'm talking about search and destroy type conditions, right? So if my projected range for today is like this, right? To this, I say 40, 42, back down to this breaker block, right? If I'm going to be taking like an if entry, I want to be inside of a premium to run price into a discount. So if you're taking it at equilibrium, it's not high probability. Do you know what I mean? It's not a great entry. Yeah, I mean, what you're saying in terms of that being an if is correct, right? It is correct, but is it a good one to trade? My view would be no. If you want to be taking those sort of entries, you want to have some range, right? So you want to be anticipating price to come down there, for example, and if price is still, say we were targeting this is a range, go 2 times standard deviation, whatever. Say price is still inside of a premium, then it becomes you're moving into a B plus A plus setup, right, or a B plus setup, right? But when we're such tight range and we're questionably, inside of a discount, it's not low probability. So it's not something I'd personally want to trade, especially in search and destroy when price is likely to whip around this axis, right? Like essentially equilibrium of the day's range. It's likely just to whipsaw in this range, right? It's not where I want to be entering. I want to be getting in at the extremes, right? New weekly opening gap or back down at this level. I don't want to be entering in here. I hope that makes sense. You're welcome, Yaz. So for me on crude, I wouldn't want to see it go back above sort of medium threshold of this order block on the 15, right? As soon as you go above medium threshold, it starts to become a little bit cagey. It's a little bit, do I really want to still be in this? Not really, right? So that's why I've marked 50% of that across my chart. So that really, if I was looking at a re-entry, that would be, I wouldn't want to see it go above that. If it goes above that, I'd just move to the sidelines on crude. But luckily I saw that breaker block just in time, huh? Luckily I saw that breaker block just in time. What are you trading there, Yaz? What is that, ES? Is that ES? What are you trading there, Yaz? Yeah, very nice, Yaz. Very nice. Very nice, Yaz. Great stuff, Yaz. Well done. What's up, LP? LP in the house. Didn't realise you were here, brother. For those of you who don't know, LP is one of our elite traders. Why have you gone purple? The fuck? So we are gapping down quite big here, I think. Am I losing my shit? What the fuck? So we're taking some nice trades this morning already. We're taking a long off this volume balance. Drove it up to the breaker block and the order block on the H1. Really nice trade. Then traded this short back down to this breaker block. It's a little bit of a sloppy exit because I was late to spotting the breaker block. I hold my hands up for that. And then currently looking for price to run back to this volume balance. Don't want to see it going above equilibrium of the 15-minute order block. For a New York M session reversal. Any secondary trade is riskier, alright? So bear in mind, just bear that in mind. It is not trading the breaker block on the H1, right? This is the AM session reversal, essentially, this here, right? Trading this. Yeah, that was the trade. Okay, this is now a second part of the phase, right? So you're now looking for a re-entry. It's not as snazzy, right? It's not as snazzy. It's not to say it won't get there, but it's just not as snazzy. It's not as low risk. All right, this was the entry. You know, on a half day, it may not get down here. It may, you know, we could just chop around, literally stay here until 1 o'clock. You know, this, you gotta be quick. On days like this, you gotta be quick. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, right? Because price has got to engineer liquidity, it's got to go and purge it. It's just search and destroy, right? It will just pull liquidity, it will go and take it, or move higher, it'll peg higher a little bit, and then it will create liquidity, that will go pinch that, and then it will reverse, right? You got to be really patient, really nimble. Oh. Pardon me, sorry. So lower quad is 42. 42 takes us down to equilibrium of the range on the H1. It also takes us down to this MITI on the 1 minute, right? So in this area, I'm looking to see how price respects to then go and target first and foremost the whole site number of 40.50, and then looking to see if it wants to go and have another go at this balanced price range, essentially this mitigation block. So MIT to MIT, MIT to MIT. Sorry guys, really thirsty. Had some salty food yesterday, so I'm just gonna get myself another drink. Pardon me. Sorry. Great work, Emilio. Well done, buddy. Nice trading, brother. What do you... NQ, good stuff. Taking sell side, what do you target? On NQ. Who can tell me? After you take the buy side, what is price searching for? Nearest breaker. A bosh. A bish bash bosh. Target filled on NQ. Who's printing on oil? Who is printing on oil? Someone must be printing on oil. Anyone go short on oil? Very quiet. Surprised. Great work, Yaz. Good stuff, buddy. Everyone inside Red Pill back in today. A push! A push!
Going out tonight with the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Late night selfies will look as good as your dance moves thanks to epic nightography. And finally,
Epic nightography.
going with Google Maps on the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
So if you took that short inside this little fair value gap, you will be, you know, up minus $400 if you took 2 contracts. Don't half mind this drum and bass. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. We'll anticipate it to come run this slow, run this slow. I'm looking at this Bissy. I'm looking at this Bissy as my target. As my target. Back into that breaker. Make sure you're paying yourself. If you're in a trade, please make sure you pay yourself. Back at the breaker block. Don't be stupid. Pay the goddamn trader. So I've currently got one runner left. So I've got one runner left. Just the one. Come all the way back and start fucking.
Jason.
I hope you've paid yourself. If you got down here and you've only got one contract, so I hope you've paid yourself, guys. Whole site number I'll be looking at 7150 if he wants to get down there as the next partial. 0.5 standard deviation from the retracement. This is why we pay ourselves, guys. Still nothing for me on ES. Half anticipating another retracement before another leg down. It's not much range, it's a half day. You know, so if you're only looking at that as the range left in the day, then you know it needs to go and you know just move back and forth inside the range. We do have BPR here though. 2 seconds, guys. That's why we pay ourselves. Top of that BPR. Copy free Afrobeat. Down.
At Lidl, we're big on a British summer, because our fresh chicken and pork is British, and our beef's British too. Almost as British as dropping a beer and getting a cheer. And what would a British barbecue be without something for the veggies? That's well
Sidelines on crude. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, so we've now filled that BPR twice. I personally don't want to see it go back above this now. I mean, it's fulfilled its objective. If it's going to run lower, it needs to go. Whole site number 51 is what I'm looking at. Got confluences on the standard deviations. I don't mind if price makes one more run up to this volume imbalance.
I feel like I'm not the main character in my story. I'm dreaming.
You're really not, you know. Oh, Lord, Heavenly Father.
Ugh. That's why I've not traded ES. There's absolutely nothing in that. So looking at this standard deviation, 51 on crude as my target. Jeez. Yesterday's catching up with me now. Yesterday is catching up with me. Candy from a baby. You got reversal or expansion, Yazzie?
Australia is an incredible place to grow up. Western Australia, it's like no other.
Ah, posh! Ah, bosh! A bish bash bosh! One time standard deviation to the motherfucking tick. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ah, posh. That's how we do it. That is how we do it. That's me done on a crew today. Slayed that motherfucker, new a-hole. Yaz, did you manage to catch it to Terminus, bro? Or did you have to get out on the breaker because you only had the one Connie? This is where you screenshot this price action, right? This is where you annotate this price action. Oh shit. Yeah, I got back on this BPR, yes. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Well, I'm going to close up the YouTube stream here. You should have bagged if you guys were on all day. We caught the caught crude to a T. Traded it a couple of times. Really, really nice. So, if you haven't managed to get any trades, I hope you learned something. That's all you can do, right? So, if you're not earning, you're learning. So, I'll leave it here, guys. For those of you who have just been sat through this on YouTube. And I will catch you again soon, no doubt. Equally, if you ever want to join Red Pill, feel free to do that. You can find links in my Twitter. Alright, so until then, guys, trade safe, trade smart. And I will see you very, very soon. Take care. Peace.